Alrighty, I think we're live. Perfect, okay, excellent connection. Nice, alright. I know it's been a little while since the last time I streamed. But we're back. I was getting kind of a little bit bored of regular old school. And I was playing a lot of League of Legends and noticed that there was this new thing out called 2004 Scape, and instantly I wanted to be able to play, so here I am, and so I started pretty late. I just started a couple days ago. Currently we're sitting, 514 total, which I don't think is too bad for everything considered. I've only been able to play for a few days, but really enjoying the grind. So man, I wish there was a way to turn the volume down a little bit. So it looks like there's a few second delay on the stream, but I think that's pretty typical for YouTube streams. The plan is to that was weird. My YouTube stream said I was receiving no data for a second or two there, which wasn't right. See if I can find out. Yeah, so just been enjoying the 2004 Scape, and I've actually been playing it so hard that I haven't even wanted to stream, to be honest, just because it's just one more thing you gotta try and set up, and it slows you down. But I'm glad I am, because I do kind of want to share the experience of what it's like playing this game, and I believe it's one of the better games that have been released, or versions of the game that's been released. I played a lot of classic back in the day. This is my first time rolling with a webcam. First time using the webcam today. So if there is anything that's messed up with besides my face, obviously, will let me know. I'll try to fix it, but there's no guarantees, because I'm not even sure how to run this thing that well, so not the best at operating video equipment, but we'll make it work good enough. Plan today is to use up a bunch of these runes that I made. I'm up to 27 runecraft now. It it took me like I want to say it was like right around 2,000 essence so far to get there. Maybe a little less, maybe like 1,500. Anyways, decent amount of time mining, you know, to get all the essence. And I bought some at some point, but yeah, no, it's actually I really enjoy this where the servers like, you know, it's a game mode where you're not sitting there like just killing things, and the loot that you're getting is used for progressing your account. I mean, it is and it isn't. Like you get, you know, nature, for instance, that helps you with mage and such, and little drops here and there. But a majority of your resources are going to be coming from actually going out and skilling, which I actually think is kind of cool. You know, maybe it's has something to do with playing classic back in the day and enjoying classic, but I'm not 100% certain on that either. Jug of wine. I have no idea what that would ever be used for. I don't know if it's just like in regular old school or Heals 12. I can't remember. All I know is back in the day that there was an item that was a half jug of wine, and that was supposedly a rare item. I remember. I played a lot of classic. I basically got in probably just a few months after RuneScape had started up. It was called something else before. It was like Mud Devious or Devious Mind or something like that. But I didn't play it when it was called that. I played it when it switched over to being called RuneScape, or back in the day what some people used to call it, Runescape. Yeah, it was. I really enjoyed it, and so this 2004 Scape is, you know, right down my alley. I really enjoy it. My hope or goal here is to hopefully get one rune med, so that way I can pay for some of these runes. I know that it won't pay for all of them, but it's probably not very likely because I've been here 2 other times with, you know, around 400 casts each time and haven't gotten anything. So, but you never know. This might be the time. Hopefully my settings haven't changed since the last time I streamed. The volume does look quite high, but hopefully it's workable. I think what I will do for sure is this top one definitely looks like it's on the loud side. I'll turn it down just a bit. Seeing all these people that keep logging in and out. But if you have something to send me in game, feel free to type it in the chat, I guess, on the YouTube side, and I'll see it. Otherwise, I would rather just not have that open just because it's adds clutter. Um, yeah, not sure how long I'll stream tonight. Probably just a shorter stream, just because first one back in a while, so gotta kind of get warmed back up to it again. Plus, I am a little bit tired from how much I've been playing, I guess, which has been a decent bit. Yeah, the thumbnail is definitely probably not the best thumbnail to be using, but I don't know. I just didn't have any other thoughts for a thumbnail for the time being, anyways. I do plan on at some point, maybe tomorrow, I'll find a better thumbnail for tomorrow's stream, but the plan is that I will be streaming from now until I'm not sure. Probably a few weeks into the future, anyways. Basically, I've got a surgery coming up, so I haven't been working, and I've been working in the trades all my life, basically. And the surgery is going to be on my ankle, and depending on the outcome, it's something that I may or may not even be able to go back into working in the trades. I guess we'll find out, but for the meantime, I got downtime. I might as well stream and enjoy the game. But yeah, that'll be Wednesday. I'll have that surgery this coming Wednesday, so I won't be streaming Wednesday, but I will be streaming. I don't know if I'll stream the day after, 2 days after, or what, but I will try to stream as much as I can. And who knows? Maybe people will like what they see and decide to support my stream, and that'd be great. If not, that's totally cool too. Well, just realized after all that talking that my mic was not in front of my face, so hopefully it's I don't know what you'd call it, audible-ish. I mind blanking on what you'd call it, but the ability to listen to the outcome, or the audio outcome or output. Hopefully it's good enough. I've been seeing a lot of new streamers on the surrounding this 2004 Scape, and I'm like super pumped about it. I've been watching all their videos, and just a lot of these guys are just putting out good content, and I just like it. It's good to see that there's a lot of support around this 2004 Scape instead of. I mean, it'll always eventually it'll turn into like the old school that we know today, but for the time being, anyways, it's 2004 Scape, I guess. I just really like the monsters. Like, they just bring back so much memories. Like, especially this area here. I remember doing this so much as a kid growing up. Just splashing on lesser demons and hoping to get a med helm. A lot of good memories around this time. 2000, I'd say 2002 to 2005-ish area. A lot of good memories. You're still playing free to play basically, or at least I was. My parents weren't gonna buy no membership. They thought it was crazy enough that I was playing the game. At that point. Especially on the old dial-up, it's connection lost constantly, and in the middle of a fight, connection lost. all I gotta say is I'm really thankful for the guys that put all the time into this server and developed it. I mean, you know, like that. I'm sure you guys have put in a lot of time and will continue to put in a lot of time on it. And I just want to make sure that you guys know that you're cherished for the work that you guys have done and for the passion that you guys have for the game. It's very much appreciated. I myself very much appreciate it, anyways. And I'm pretty certain most people that play this are very appreciative of all the work you guys put into it. So thanks so much. Nice. We just got level 39 magic, which means we have access to Crumble Undead. Man, I remember using that spell a lot when I was a kid. I used it in the Varrock sewers. It was actually kind of a nice thing to do because you could go down the Varrock sewers and you'd go down if you come down the sewers, you go to the left instead of to the right. And if you go to the end of that straightaway or whatever, there was zombies on the opposite side of the river, but they were close enough that you could aggro them or attack them with mage spells and range stuff too, I think. But yeah, it was, spent a lot of time using that spell on those things. I mean, I say a lot of time, but I mean, it's probably not nearly as much as, how much time I put in even in this game mode now since. But it felt like a lot of time back then because it was just a slower game in general, and everything was slower. Even the internet was slower. The biggest thing being is your mind was slower because you were younger, and you just couldn't really, or at least I couldn't sit down and go, oh, I'm gonna get 99 in any skill. Like I always thought the people that had 99s were borderline insane, and maybe they were. I don't know, but the player base was definitely a different case compared to what it is today. But I've seen a lot of similarities in the player base that has decided to play 2004 Scape compared to the player base that plays 2006 or old school RuneScape as we know it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see it that there's so many people that enjoy playing this and just how their attitude is a little bit different than the people that play OSRs. Just seems like these people are more social, the ones that play 2004. It seems like a lot more people talk to each other in the game. But randomly you'll run into somebody doing something, very obscure, and there'll be someone there, and they'll say hi to you and chat with you for a bit, and it's pretty cool. I like that. That's what I remember. That's what I cherish about the game back in the day when I was a kid and when I played a lot. So it's pretty cool. There is one small complaint that I do have about this server, and that is the 90-second logout timer. I wish it could be turned up just a little bit, instead of 90 seconds, make it 120 seconds or something. Reason for that is sometimes I'll find myself for instance, fishing. I'll go to catch an inventory of fish, and especially at lower levels or higher tier fish, you're gonna be catching them so slow that I was actually I remember when I was first fishing trout and salmon, I would before I'd even get a full inventory of fish, sometimes it would auto log me out because I haven't quote unquote interacted with the game. Well, it's not that I didn't interact with it. It's just I was sitting behind the screen the whole time. It's just there wasn't anything to do. So I do wish that could be changed, but If not, no big deal. You know, it's something I'll learn to live with, and you know, it's part of the game at the end of the day. You know, again, like I said, I'm just thankful to be able to play it. To be honest. Looks like we got one guy in the stream. Nice, welcome. I know I'm not as far along as most of the people are, but we are putting in some effort. You know, in case you wonder what the skills are, that's where we're sitting right now. I've been at it for about 3-4 days, I think. I think Sunday is when I started, so today's Wednesday, so like 4 days, I guess. But yeah, we're trying to catch up to everybody else. Everybody else is way far ahead. I have a feeling that I won't catch up to everybody, which is fine. You know, it's I'm enjoying the game, and that's what counts. 71. I wonder if we're gonna have enough. I think we'll have enough to do maybe 2 more kills. $54. So it looks like I only used about 20 casts roughly. So we might be able to get 2 more yet. Hopefully we get a rune bed here. But if not, then that's what it is. I do have some runes. I have like 3,000 air runes, so I could probably sell like, I don't know, 1,000 of them or so, and then maybe buy like 700 or 800 mind runes with that, and then come back. But I'm having a hard time deciding exactly which stats are the most important to train between now and when Members opens up. Just because I feel like there's going to be a lot of like inefficiencies training certain skills free to play, but at the same point in time, it's like if you do train them free to play, it's a big benefit then when you go to Members. But let's see if we can kill one more. Worst case scenario, we got a bunch of food here we can use. So. Oh, we didn't bring our skivvy though, did we? Oh, never mind. I guess we don't really have the ability to kill it. I don't think. Staff's not gonna really hit that well. Hey, Kodo, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Finally got a webcam up and running now too, so. audio and such. Is the audio working fine? Oh, I ran out of air runes. That's not good. Bummer. The one thing I didn't want to run out of. Turn down the game a little bit. Yeah. As you can see, I have the game at 1. I don't know what the. I don't know. I feel like the volume is way high on that. So we will turn it down. I don't know how much, but let me know if that's good. The grind at the moment is kind of to be determined, but kind of just a little bit of everything at the same point. Made a massive mistake right there by running out of air runes because now I can't teleport back, so I'm gonna have to walk back, unfortunately. But yeah, the grind is basically. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Let's see here. No, this is the right way. And you gotta jog your memory when you play 2004 Scape because you don't have the map to look at sometimes. Oh yeah, stats. Yeah, they're they're not the best. I know that, but honestly, for the 4 days or whatever that I have been able to play, I feel like it's fairly decent. Wait, did I select the wrong option there? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah, I do remember the newcomer map. That was kind of a interesting thing. I also remember, like, in Classic, for instance, the map was like it literally looked like a block of like cheese almost, if that's a way to explain it, where it was just like a yellow blob with little dots on it. Voice is low. Okay, Jimmy. Thank you for letting me know. We will turn that up. How's that? Tell me if that is better. Test, test, test. Let me know, Jimmy, if you think that that's better or not. Um, Good for you. Okay. I don't know which bank is closer. I've heard some people say that the Valdor is closer. Some people say that Edgeville is closer. Not Edgeville, but Drainer is closer. But I don't know. I don't know which one's closer. I just go to whichever one I feel like going to, I guess, at the time. Oh, might as well use this lamp up. Always goes in prayer for me, anyways. Let's see here. Oh, we're getting close to another prayer level. Another 100 XP-ish, roughly. Yeah, so I think the goal for tonight's stream, anyways, is probably going to be just trying to get my mage up more. Depending on whether or not I can sell some of these runes. Because, let's see. Well, I should get rid of some of this junk. Because it's just clogging up the bank. Anything else I can get rid of? Yeah, I think that's about it. Well, I guess we can just go straight to Fail or Varrock and sell our stuff there. But yeah, the plan is to stream basically now up until, well, however long the server lasts, I guess. And stream as much as I can. I am going to be having surgery in a few days on Wednesday, and that will be determinant as to whether or not I'm able to stream, next Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday. Try my best to get on, but it's all going to just depend on the pain level at the time. But yeah, as of right now, I'm not really working right now because I'm awaiting the surgery. I can't really work, so hopefully I can go get the surgery done, and hopefully I'll be fine. But oh wow, unstrung holy symbols are 80 each. This is pretty crazy. Oh yeah, thanks Kodo. Yeah, I hope so too, and hopefully finally get back on my ankle and I'll be able to use it again. It's been kind of a drag not being able to use it much. So hopefully this will fix all that issue and we can be back to doing whatever we end up doing from that point forward. If the ankle doesn't get better, then I'm gonna have to do a job change and figure something else out. Okay, there we go. Cleaned out our bank a bit. Man, I keep saying it. As crazy as it sounds, I just can't wait for agility to come out. It's I know it sounds crazy, and I already have like the first quest in the back of my mind is literally going to be the what do you call that one now? Let's see if it's in here. Where is it? Yeah, right here, tourist trap. I'm gonna be doing the tourist trap like as soon as I can because I'm pretty sure. Now the interesting thing is like when you look on like the 2004 Scape skill guides thing or whatever quest guides thing, it says that it gives XP based on your level. So it might actually be beneficial to train agility up to like 10 or 15 before doing the quest. So I might actually do that first. But yeah, that's going to be the very first quest that I do, and I'm going to put both lamps into agility simply because I know that it will pay dividends. Not having agility and not being able to recover on energy, it's a drag. So, but I think I'm gonna have to switch worlds. Let's see. I don't know how smooth this is gonna be on stream because I've never tried it, but let's see how it works. Okay, it looks like it's gonna work fine. Steal items. It depends on the item, Jimmy. It's so like, for instance, like med helms and like square shields, stuff like that. I think it's like around 300 GP. I think for an elk. But then the the bigger items like say a plate body will elk for like 1200, and a 2H I think elks for like just under that, like 11 something. So it depends on the item. But like outside of plate body and 2H, I think everything else is under 1000 DP. I'm also gonna have to figure out how to hide this for a second. Okay, there we go. Just because I don't want to make a mistake and accidentally show my password because I don't know how to run everything perfectly. Also, the password that they made me take is like extremely long and like really difficult. Like, so hopefully I get it right here. Nice. Okay. Turn that back on. Alright, there we go. Okay. Let's see. That guy's buying water runes. What should he say? 10 each or something? Do I have? I got 200 of them. We'll sell them 200. You know, we need some cash. See if you buy them. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then we need to sell some of these air runes. Oh, I just seen this guy here saying that he's buying logs for, I don't remember how much each, but 35 each. Like, that's going to be really expensive as soon as members opens up, because when members opens up, fletching is going to be available, and the fastest way for fletching is going to be doing arrows right away. And back in 2004, you couldn't make shafts out of like oak logs or willow logs. You can only make them out of your standard logs. So like regular logs are going to be like high in demand. So like they'll probably be going. I'm guessing they'll probably be going for around 100 to 150 each as soon as members worlds open up. But I could be wrong. Let's see. Let's try to sell like 1,500, 1.5k airs, maybe 7 each. See if anybody's wanting to buy these air runes. And if we can't find a buyer for these air runes, we can just go and start mining rune essence too. I was just hoping that maybe I could find a buyer for these, and that way I wouldn't have to go mine right this second. But I also don't like wasting too much time, because you could spend a lot of time trying to buy or sell something. Unless there's something else in my bank that I could sell. Oh, I could sell this Addy Skimmy if there's someone buying it. I don't know, maybe like 4K or something. See if anybody wants this thing. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. There's a tip for anybody: if you want to be able to see other people trading, you can just turn this chat to hide, and you'll still see everything over here. But it'll hide the public chat, but your trade is still turned on, so you'll still see a trade offer come in. But that dude's buying 5 runes. I think I have some in my bank. I got 13. Maybe we'll sell him some. It should be like around 2.5k. What does that come out to? 5 for 2k. Sure, I guess we'll take that. Good enough. I guess we got 10k now. I might be able to buy 1,000 mine runes, maybe. Let's try. Buy 1k mines. 10k. See if anybody's got some. BN is buying 15k airs for 6 each. We'll sell them. We'll sell them 1k. Perfect. And then we'll try to buy 1,000 mine runes for 13k. Gotta be somebody out there that's got some mine runes. Otherwise, what we could do is we could actually just buy the we could buy the essence. Really don't feel like mining the essence. $1k mines. 14k. I mean, 14k, that's a good price. There we go. This guy might have some. Perfect. Thank you. Now we can go right back to mage training. Thank you, Mr. Snake Eye 628. That's huge because now I don't have to sit there and make sure we grab 2 law runes. And we'll teleport to Fally. So make sure we got our mage gear. Looks about good. Oh, we need a water rune. Maybe take 2 of them, because if we end up having to do multiple trips, we're gonna want 2. So it's good to see that law runes are finally coming down in price too. I just seen this guy saying selling 100 laws for 35k. They have been between like 450 and 500. So This time we'll take our rune stimulus, so after we're done using our spells, we can maybe kill some of the. We will go to the moss giants right afterwards. Kill a couple of those. But yeah, I think the goal right now is just try to get our mage up to. I want to say like 60 if I can before the member side opens. I do still want to get 60 wood cutting, so I don't know what I might work on the wood cutting tonight after I use up these to try and get to 60. I would like to be able to. Oh, I do have some run energy now. I'd like to be able to cut U logs. I don't know if it's going to be better money per hour than rune essence, but I know for certain it'll be better XP per hour. When you're only getting, I don't even know what it is, just like a couple thousand, maybe 2,000 or something XP, mining XP an hour. I mean, it's pretty rough, so. Oh, there is also a method if you're wanting to train out here. You can note all your food and then go to the general store there if you have cash with you. Sell the cooked food to the store and then buy it back. And that way you can train like on these skeletons or on the spiders or the skeletons down over here. You can do that infinitely then, or as long as you have food for it, I guess. Make sure we select our spell again. All right. Now I have no clue what the actual drop rate is on these as to like whether it's like 1 in 128 or what, but I don't know. I feel like I've killed probably close to 100 of them by now, but I still haven't seen Rune Med, but I don't know. Who knows what the drop rate is, but probably better that I don't know. Otherwise they'll be worried whether or not I'm dry or not. Nice. There's a big one. 40 magic. Yeah, I think the lowest magic that I'd be willing to settle on would be 45. So hopefully these will get me close to like 43-ish. Or 44 even. Just because I don't have too much more time to invest into mage at this point. I would have liked to have gotten to 60 or 55. Just so that I could get the what I would consider, I believe it's going to be the best in slot cape. Outside of the Legends cape would be the only one that might be better. So, yeah, because I think the Legends cape will give you like defense. It won't give you any strength. It'll give you defense, but the Mage cape will give you magic defense and it'll give you magic attack, which is going to be very hard to come by. So I think that the Mage cape is going to be like technically best in slot in the cape slot. And I keep saying that I'm way behind, but I don't know. It seems like these guys aren't that much further along than me. I think part of it is just, you know, it feels like you're further behind than everybody else just because you start later than other people. But I think that, you know, at the end of the day, I think it's fine to be a little late to the party. It's more so about enjoying it. Ooh, we don't want to do that. Another HP level, 39. Yeah, I might have to actually try to get in a little bit more sleep tonight. Last couple nights I haven't been getting in much sleep just because been playing this game too much. but it's a fun game. I think everybody that's playing it is really enjoying it, or it seems like it anyways. Oofta. These guys are getting mad at each other, telling each other to hop. At the end of the day, it's like, you know, does it point pay to waste your own time to fight over lesser demons? Probably not. Like if there's another guy here and he was tagging two of them constantly, I would just hop. It doesn't even pay to sit here and get irritated about it. Although there has been times where I have been, you know, the one that, you know, you're sitting at a spot for say 40 minutes straight, and then somebody else comes and, you know, attacks the one that you have been attacking. I mean, it does get a little annoying for sure, but. Ugh, man, I can't stop yawning. Wait, what? Since when? Okay, that works. So one interesting thing about 2004 Scape is that because their HP isn't like shown like, you know, around your HUD or hub or whatever you want to call it, the only way to look at your HP is to actually go to your stat to see your HP level. So like, yeah, you definitely, like for PKing for instance, people are definitely gonna have an advantage if they're like pretty quick at being able to check their HP to make sure that they're not going to get killed in the next hit, and yet be able to make it back to the inventory to eat in time. Or they're just going to have to be able to do math on the fly, like in their head, like a lot of it. Hey, there we go. Bingo. First ever Rune Med Helm in 2004 Scape. That is a big deal right there. I can't wear it yet, but only got 35 defense, but nevertheless, it's really cool to see one finally. been grinding pretty hard for the last 4 days now, so. It's gonna be interesting to see what all takes off like initially. Like I know herbs are just gonna be like through the roof, like as far as like cost, because everybody's gonna want to have like high herb lore. But like I think about like what potions were even available back in 2004, and I'm not even sure which ones were available. Like I don't know, was there even super strengths? I don't know. But regardless, I know there was prayer pots. I think so, but I think those would probably be going for the most. But okay. So we've used like 200 casts or so, and we're still a little bit off. Another little over 1,000 XP off 41 mage. Hoping this will take me to like 43-ish, but it's not looking like it. Just looking at how many are left already, it's looking like it'll be a little under, maybe like 42 or 43. But even then, I mean that might be. So at 43, I could do super heats, which I guess that'd be a net loss unless I was doing mithril ores, where it starts to like break even. Just because natures are so expensive. Which has been one of the reasons why I've been training my rune crafting is to. I was hoping to get 44 before members, but I doubt that I'm going to get it just because it takes so much time to get the essence. And yeah, you could just buy the essence, but where do you get the money to buy the essence? You know, so it's just a big circle as far as that goes. You know, you'd like to have higher stats in certain areas, but you need more money to be able to train those stats. You know, I like it though. It's like a challenge. You know, like which skill am I going to train? Hmm. Now I'm starting to wonder if it would have been a better idea to use these runes to actually kill like moss giants or hill giants, or I mean regular giants or moss giants, because for every one of those that I kill, it's a guaranteed. So every kill is a guaranteed like 100 GP for the big bone, and I would be killing them faster, but I don't know. The rune meds are pretty cool though to see as a drop though. So plus, if I get one more rune med, that'll basically pay for. It'll pay for a majority of the runes anyways that I've spent, but definitely not all of them. It's definitely a net loss, but. Yeah, keep yawning. Sorry, guys. I've been not getting enough sleep and playing too much, to be honest. that's pretty cool actually. So I also, first rune that, or first spell that requires Death Rune, Wind Blast. That's unlocked now, so that can actually, or right now it is, I guess. Now you can cast Wind Blast. So if I ever end up getting enough Death Runes to splash or use those to train with, but I highly doubt it. Although if I do get a Chaos Talisman, I'll definitely be making some Chaos Runes, like once Members opens up. But yeah, my plan is definitely going to be first thing Agility, because if I train Agility right away off the bat, then it is going to make all the other questing just that much faster and easier over time, just because you're not waiting to run. You'll be able to run more and longer. And then it also will regenerate faster too. So yeah, I think that we'll go do, and that's going to depend. There's going to be one thing that I'll do differently, is if I hit 60 mage, which I don't think I'm going to. There's only a couple days left now. But if I was to hit 60 mage, then I would go straight to mage training arena, or mage arena. I don't know what you call it now, mage bank, and I'd get my mage cape right away. Reason for that is because you automatically get, I think it's still the case where you automatically get a staff aligned with the god cape that you chose. I think that was still the case back then. And then you can high oak that right away, and that's like a big chunk of money. Just because I don't plan on using god spells at all, just because they're insanely expensive to use. Maybe down the road, if I decide to try doing some PKing at some point, I would maybe venture down that road. But for the near term, I don't see myself PKing at all. Just because my stats are, subpar, still working on it. Looks like we got another viewer in here. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could join and hang out for a bit. Just trying to train my mage up a bit. I know it's low for compared to most other people, but I did just start 4 days ago, so it's, I'm just trying to put in some extra time to try and catch up to everybody else, but we'll probably still be behind everybody else for, I don't know, quite a while. But I'm really enjoying this server. It's a lot of fun. I like all the monsters, like how they look. They just reminds me so much of playing as a kid. Especially like the giants, like the ice giants and the moss giants. Like, yeah, they look so similar to like what they looked like in Classic. And I played a decent bit of Classic back in the day. Really enjoyed Classic. Actually, even when they had it open for a while, like when they opened RS, like when RS2 became RS3, and then they had it open for a while, I had hopped in to and played for, I don't know, probably like a year or so, and then they closed it again. And then like there was still probably like 50 or 60 people or something that were in there that would play. I didn't go in there a ton at that point, just because there wasn't very many people, but I'd still pop in there every now and again, just because I was grandfathered in at that point. But it was closed to anybody who hadn't played it in X amount of time or whatever. So it was fun, but then it was also not so fun, because it was like, because they did that, other people that didn't play it previously weren't able to get in. So But yeah, I played it all the way up until they shut it down completely, and yeah, that was kind of a bummer. But I don't know. It was fun while it lasted, and now that this came out, it's like, I actually enjoy this. I really liked Classic, just because I liked like the interesting, unique ways of like how the combat system worked and such. Such as when a monster attacked you, you couldn't eat while you were in combat. You had to be outside of combat to eat. So you had to run away from the monster and have gap on them to be able to eat. And then so you have to run away, eat up, and then come back and attack it. So it was like really interesting. But I do also still like this version a lot, and really thankful that the developers put in the time to making this. And yeah, I just hope it stays. I hope JGX doesn't try to do anything where they try to shut it down or something like that. But at the end of the day, if they do try to do that, I hope that they're reasonable with their requests, and that maybe they could save the progress of everybody's accounts and transfer it over to a server that they own then or something. But I don't even want to think about it, to be honest. Like, I just think it's a nightmare, and hopefully it just never happens. Hopefully they'll ignore it, and we can continue playing this server for the long future. I mean, I guess there is like a way you can like save your file and play it locally on your machine, but I'm not sure I would do that just because I don't know how much fun I would have playing by myself. So I like it when there's other people that play. You run into new people all the time, and it's pretty chill. I guess we're not quite halfway through those runes, and we're about maybe halfway to 42. So maybe we'll hit 44, maybe probably 43. I'm guessing. But that guy not gonna pick up his gold ore or what? It's worth like 60 GP, man. Nice. Yeah, I get it. He's past the point of picking up stuff like that. 82. He's probably got a lot of money already. That's the hard part about starting a little later than everybody else is. I look at everybody else and I'm going, man, everybody else has a lot higher stats than me. But I just gotta try to not think about that and just think about the future of this account. Other people are always going to be better at you than certain things, so um, just do the best you can, I guess. So I think we'll use these runes up, and then we'll go and do some wood cutting probably after that. Try to get to 60 wood cutting yet tonight. It'll be close, but guessing it's probably going to be about around 30 minutes to 40 minutes per level, I'm guessing, to get 60 wood cutting. So like hour and a half-ish or so, maybe 2 hours. But who knows? Maybe I'm way off. Oh, I forgot to pick up the coins from last time. Can't remember how many coins I came here with, but I think it's going upwards. Especially if we get another rune med, that'd be nice. Because then I could keep one and sell one, you know. Actually, I'd probably just sell both because I don't think the rune med is too much of an upgrade compared to the Addy full helm. But I know that going from like the rune med to the rune full helm is like almost 10 more on all the defensive bonuses, or like roughly 50%, because like the rune med is like plus 22 or 21 or something like that on most of the defensives, and then the rune full helm is like plus 27 to plus 32, somewhere's in there, somewhere's in that range. So it's like almost 50% better, which is pretty crazy to think about. Ooh, nice. We got us our supper here. I think I might just turn the camera off so I can eat without you guys having to see my face when I eat, because, you know, nobody likes to watch other people eat, I don't think, anyways. But with this one, yeah, I'm gonna eat my grub, and then I'll turn the camera back on. I just want to be, you know, aware of other people's sensitivities, you know. This is the perfect time to be able to eat too, you know, splashing, or not splashing, but training my mage. Hey, there we go, 42 mage coming in. That's a big upgrade. 5k to 50 or 43. And we haven't quite gone through half of our runes yet, so we might actually make 44. It'll be close, I think. It'll be close to 44. It'll be like 43 and a half, I think. But hey, there's some gold ore. Look at that. We're rich. We got gold ore. You know, I always wondered when they made this game, like, you know, they got the gold ore here. Like, I get it that they put an actual GP or gold piece value on it, but like, I feel like the gold ore would be more valuable than coins, because I feel like the gold ore would actually end up being more than, like, say 200 gold coins worth in the ore. But maybe the chunk of ore is like really, really small. Like maybe it's like under the size of like a dime, and like it's not 100% pure. So maybe that's why it's cheaper, I guess. But just a thought. I'm gonna try and focus on eating here so I don't take too long. But I'm a slow eater in general. Hey, some chaos runes. 12 of them. Not too shabby. I don't know how many we're up to, but I think I've been saving most of the chaos rune drops. We might have like 50 in the bank by now. I always found it interesting, like how you get a monster down to like what you think is 0 HP, but the red bar is actually like an additional like 1 to 3 HP depending on the monster's overall HP level. Which is not normally a thing, but it is in this game mode. I do want to say that some of these new streamers have like really been putting in a lot of like effort and work into their streams and their videos, and like I really appreciate that. Like seeing other people like put in the time and effort into this stuff. It's pretty cool to see that happening. Like there was one guy that I'm trying to remember his channel name. It might be Josh Brown, I think. Josh Brown Gaming, something like that. But he had a video where he was talking about or showing you like how to actually look up different things in the game by looking at the source code, which is pretty cool. Hi, welcome. We are at 42 mage. Dang, this guy's a high baller or a high roller. How long has he been playing? Month or so. A month? Bro. That's cool. Although if you've been playing for a month, I would expect your mage level to be a little bit higher than that. But same point in time, 4 days. Her 4th day today. Welcome to come check out my stream. Check put my stream, I guess. But probably should finish eating before I start telling people to come look at the stream. They'll show up and see nobody and think, oh, this guy's a fake guy, you know? But this is why I like the community. You know, it's just like, you know, you get people, you talk to them, and they're just like good people. I feel like everybody, or at least, maybe I shouldn't say good people, but just, you know, people that like to engage in, you know, social aspects of the game. But then again, back in the day, like the game was extremely social. Like it was, you know, I think that as soon as you bring in a GE, it just kind of wrecks everything and takes away that social aspect. Everybody starts playing for, like, you know, playing to advance their own account, and they start getting stuck in this like groove or mindset that like nobody else matters in the game but me. And that's one thing that I don't really like too much. I'm 39 now. Sorry, Jay, I only brought one. $54 HP? Wow. Impressive. That is actually kind of crazy. He's 46 HP, or 46 combat with 54 HP. I'm 48 with only 39. Like, how did he get his HP level so much higher? It's kind of crazy. One prey, one defense. Oh. No, it makes sense. So basically, he traded less XP for more HP levels, essentially. Less XP in defense and prayer, so. Like a PK account build. What's the goal of the account? PK appear. Well, yeah. actually got one of those in regular OSRs. Oh wow. I just haven't played this in a while. I've been kind of focusing on more, or I was playing League of Legends. Was playing League of Legends, TFT. I'm just finishing up eating here. Wow. That's crazy. The guy got his rune man on the first kill. I think I've killed like well over 100, and before I got one, and I still only have one. But I have no idea what the drop rate is, and I'm not gonna worry about it. I'll just let it happen when it happens. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the walk here is glitched. Like if I click walk here and I'm over there, and I click walk here, like underneath this person, it'll walk into this, stalagmite, but it won't go around the stalagmite. Like it does a direct line towards that person or towards that tile, which I've kind of found interesting. I don't know why, but just little things, you look at and see, and you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Here we go. 43 mage. Just as I kind of figured, but I don't think we're going to get to 44. With only just under 300 casts. Oh, maybe. We might. It'll be close. We'll see. It'll be close to get to 44. Okay. Alright, we'll turn the camera back on. We're done eating, so good to go. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? A swarm? Let's see, how can we do this? Go here. Might have to take a little bit of damage here. I think we can go behind this right here. What is going on here? Pathing in this game is crazy sometimes. That'll work, I guess. Of all places, I did not know that a swarm could literally appear anywhere. Just kind of crazy. Well, any predictions? Think I'm going to make it to 43 or 44? I got a feeling that this sound when you're chewing gum is probably pretty annoying, to be honest. So, just take it out. Yeah, I think after this, when we run out of runes, we'll head back to Draenor, and then we're gonna try and get our, what do you call that now? Woodcutting. Finish that off, getting it up to 60. Maybe even a little bit over 60. Probably try to chop up maybe a couple hundred worth of ewes. I don't know how long they're gonna take, so I don't want to say for sure, because like the hard requirements that I definitely want are gonna be 50 mining, 40 smithing, 53 fishing and cooking, which shouldn't be too hard. I think I'll be able to get the fishing, cooking, and mining done, I think, before membership starts, along with the 60 woodcutting. It'd be nice if I could get 36 crafting as well, but that's up in the air at this point, just because I'm only 22 and it's pretty slow. I haven't really found a real fast or efficient method of training it yet. But yeah, if you got any ideas, and maybe it's just something that I just wait until membership side opens up, and I just do like flax into bowstrings, and then use that for fletching as well. Although I'm definitely not going to focus on. I don't want to focus on fletching because I feel like everybody and their 13th mother is going to be doing fletching as a side skill, so to speak, to try and get money, and so I feel like everything's going to be very undervalued. But if I remember right, like way back in the day when like things were worth something, when you could actually elk something and make something. If I remember right, I believe it's like willow longbows is your break even point with like the cost of a nature rune. So like if you have willow logs, you could buy willow logs, fletch them into longbows. The only thing was is it basically it was the cost of the string. So whatever the string ends up being, which I think is actually going to be fairly high, because I'm trying to think if there's a monster that ever would drop. See, like there's nothing that drops like large quantities of string. I think it all has to be manually made. I don't think there's any monsters that drop bowstrings or flax for that matter. So it's all got to be manually picked and then manually spun because there's no lunar magics yet either. So yeah, we did just get a HP level, so we're up to 40 HP now. Thought I seen, yeah, right there. Oh, I guess he's chilling. We can probably go right here. Yeah, that works. Yeah, it's looking like it's finally all gonna start coming together, though. You know, getting closer and closer to the goals before membership starts. But we'll see, because today's Wednesday, so basically I have tomorrow, Thursday, and then the next day, Friday. So I have 2 days left. Yeah, it's getting crazy. It's getting close to our, you know, I don't have a whole lot of extra time to get it done, but hopefully we can get there. Yeah, ideally the 50 in mining, and then 53 in fishing and cooking, just so I can ensure that I can complete the hero's quest. Actually, I think what I might have to do is, just to make sure that I get it, is I might have to start out with that tomorrow morning when I start. I'll be streaming right away. I'll just pretty much stream most of the day tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna try and ensure that I get my fishing up to 53, fishing and cooking. And then if I manage to get that, then I'll hop on to the mining then. Ooh, first time we don't have a lesser demon to attack. There we go. Yeah, I'll probably have to make a better title for tomorrow. Or not title, but thumbnail. I'm sure a lot of people are skipping over, clicking on this video or this live because of the thumbnail. Probably doesn't look the best, but today is the first day of kind of just running everything through as far as, you know, using the camera and everything. Never had a cam before, so I've always never used a cam before, so kind of just wanted to get it up and running and see how it was working. Oh wow, it looks like we're hitting all-time high numbers here. You know, 4 concurrent viewers. Holy cows! Thank you guys. Thanks for coming and taking a peek. Oh, is that 5 concurrent viewers? Ain't no way. All right, someone's teasing me here or something. In case you guys are wondering, that's what the stats are. We're on day 4, I believe, of the account. Just trying to catch up to everybody else. So you guys are animals. All you guys that play this 2004. I mean, it's like I'm climbing the leaderboards, but I'm 2 months behind everybody. So it's like, a little rough, but still fun. I like the challenge anyway, so it's good for me. goal tonight is to just use up these runes and then go do some good old high octane content called woodcutting. I should try my fire making probably too. Yeah, actually, I really should. There's that. What's the name of that? Sea slug, I think. Probably gonna require like in the 30s. I'm guessing 30 or 35. So yeah, I'll probably have to train that up at some point. But that'll go pretty quick, I feel like. And it's not like super necessary. The necessary skills are going to be the 53 fishing, wood cutting, and 50 mining. Uh-oh. Connection lost. We're back on. Okay. Okay. We'll just go over here. Should have enough runes to be able to get probably 2 more, I'm thinking. 2 more kills. We'll see though. If you guys have any questions at any point or comments or anything like that, stories, feel free to share them in the chat. I always like a good story, you know. Who was I listening to the other night? Oh, Garlic. Garlic had a really good story the other night about how he went on vacation and used a telephone. You know, back in the day they had that SMS. You could buy membership with SMS, and he used a telephone to purchase membership on. And yeah, he got a little bit of trouble, I guess, with his parents. But it was pretty cool. I like stories like that. You know, it's like, whoa. You serious, man? You can't be serious, dude. Tried to steal my guy. Ain't no way. Like, I mean, I could see if I, like, you know, you tagged it first. Yeah, go for it. But, like, when I had already tagged it, I mean, let's be honest, you know, I was going to get the drop anyways, I think. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't under half yet. But I could have just been a misclick on his behalf, too, you know. We out here just vibing and grinding. 34 runes left. Can we get another kill? Maybe we can get another rune mat. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be our second ever rune mat, which would be really cool, yeah. Hopefully everybody that's watching is having a good evening themselves and enjoying the content. I know I don't have the best stats, but they're okay, you know, and I'm working towards it, getting them better. Considering yesterday I think I was at like 444 total level. Now today I'm already at 522, and there's still, you know, probably a good 4 hours worth of gaming still. Probably 3-4 hours. I could see us getting up to like 5:30 maybe 5:25. So that's pretty decent progress. 444 to 525. It's like 70-ish levels or something like that. I think that's pretty decent for a 24-hour period. Hey, we did hit 44 mage. I didn't know if we were gonna get it or not, but we just barely hit it. Cool. And we got just a couple casts left. Okay. Oh, I guess we could use some of the chaos. Oh wow, hit an 11 right away. Wow. Even the sound is different. I didn't know they had changed the sounds like back in the day. I totally forgot about that part. Steel skimmy. No luck. Never lucky. Okay, but what we're gonna do is, since we're out here, we're gonna just go ahead and cruise over to the moss giants and get a little bit of experience in our melees and maybe get some big bones to bury. I guess those skeletons are like pretty decent to train on too, but same with the hobgoblins, I think. But I don't know, I'd rather work on my prayer a little bit too if I can. Oh, look at that, nobody's here either. Got them all to ourselves. Okay, we probably want to put this into strength will help us train faster, but we're at this point where we kind of need to be closer to 60 attack, like 50 something attack, and then when we do the quests and members, that'll bump us up to 60, so that way we can train even faster, or more efficient I should say. So probably 60 attack. Defense probably wouldn't be a bad idea either, I suppose. Although, I wonder if there's a defense requirement for Holy Grail. Look at that, La Rune drop. We like the La Rune drops. 3 of them. That's huge. I mean, I figure we're already out here. We're killing the lesser demons, so we might as well always take a load of fish with us and finish off at moss giants. Just saves a bit of time. Although I probably should be killing regular giants right now, but it's just they're so crowded that it's like I don't even know if I'm getting like decent XP or not. I should actually start calculating it probably. Pull up like a timer on another page or something. I don't know. I think we're doing decent enough though, to be honest. Ugh. Hopefully I don't intoxicate you with my yawns. I haven't been yawning a lot because I've been playing too much and not getting enough sleep, to be honest. But I don't know. The game is just so fun, so unique, and it's not like the other modes of RuneScape. It's kind of got its own little flair, and I like that. These things do hit pretty hard though. That's the only reason why I think I should be at regular giants when I'm training my melees is just because of like these ones hit harder. I think these ones can hit 9s, I think, or 10s. I can't remember. I think the regular giants can only hit 6s, I think. You good? Yeah, I don't kill them fast enough. I don't kill fats enough. Enough. Interesting. I don't even know how to spell anymore. Look at that guy, 86. Guy is stacked. Yep. This is the last one for me. If I can even kill it before I run out of food here. Ooh, it's gonna be close. Do I have prayer? I don't. Legit? Sure, I'll take some. Oh, dang. You sure? Alright. Sounds good. Thanks, fam. Man, these people are just too nice. Oh, he's not picking up his big bones. I'm gonna pick him up. I'm just kifing his big bones from him. Alright. Let's head to... let's see. Probably Falador. Or actually, Lumbridge would be closest. Lumbridge is closest. Get all this prayer XP going here. We are one bone away from a prayer level, I think. Or at least one big bone. Probably be a few regular bones, so. Two more regular bones would be enough, I think. But we're gonna go and sell off our junk. $340 for a steel kite shield. What are the helms going for? $220. Not too shabby. $160 for the skimmy. Gold ore 60 each. It's a bummer that we don't have the level to smelt that, because I would love to be able to just smelt it and then craft it right away. But I know I don't have the space for it in my bank. So it's got to be sold. Yuck. Yeah, I'm not selling it for that. It's too cheap. Hopefully I'll have enough space in my bank to stash the rune med. we need to kill something too so we can get our prayer level. Do spiders drop bones? I don't know if they do. Find out here. No, they don't. Bears do though. Goblins do too. Work our way over to Draenor and do some good old willow chopping. Although I think maybe we'll train our fire making up a little bit first. $27 prayer. Look at that. We're getting closer and closer to protection prayers. 37 is where they started. Black Knights. I think they drop decent stuff actually. Oh, I don't have enough HP to kill this, do I? Make sure we get our run ready. It's gonna be close. That's right. Every time you change anything on any settings or click any buttons, it stops your action. So something to keep in mind, like, you know, if you're trying to prayer flick something, you'd have to hit your prayer, click attack, click your prayer back off, click attack. Yeah, and then repeat. Click your prayer, click attack, click your prayer back off, click attack. So yeah, a lot of hassle to prayer, and you can't even like you're not gonna land it. Like you probably have to like every other attack pray against it, something like that. OSRS, let's go. Yep, it's the 2004 Scape version. Never mind. What do you mean, man? This is the good stuff. What's out there now is just kind of junk, to be honest. I don't know. I just got bored of it, to be honest. And then I seen this game mode come out, and I was like, hey, I can get back on that. Play it for some fun. But we'll see how long it lasts, too. You know, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully everything goes smoothly with the members transition, and hopefully it'll stay around for a long time. But nevertheless, thanks for stopping by the stream. Much appreciated. 2004 goes hard. The grind set is another level. It is another level, and it's actually fun. Like, I don't know. As crazy as that statement may sound, it's how I feel. You guys are probably wondering why I always grab salmon when I come to chop these, and that's because there's always a chance that you get a tree spirit that attacks you. And the last time, I believe it was like level 79 when it attacked me, so hopefully it's the same. But if it's gone up, then I probably won't have enough food to be able to kill it. But when you kill it, there's a good, it's like a high chance of it dropping nature runes. And they drop like, I think like anywhere from like 4 to 22 or something. Yes. Yep. I agree 100% that the player-to-player aspect makes it worth it. Like, it's a whole nother game now because, you know, everybody's actually talking to each other. And, you know, like, I think it's a better community overall. Just, you know, 2006 has kind of just lost the community touch. Yeah, it's turned into more of a solo kind of game, so to speak. And I don't know. I just like that there's a lot more people that like want to like actually have a social more of a social aspect into the game instead of just the game itself. I don't know. I enjoy it. For me, it brings back a lot of memories, so I really like it. But only problem is it's so addicting because you play so much of it then but it's fun. Man, in the mornings, this place is like empty. There's like nobody here, Everybody's working their jobs and whatnot. And then right around like noon, all of a sudden you just get like maybe 2 guys or 3 guys that log in, and you can tell that they're playing while they're working. It's pretty cool. But um, I was just gonna say that like it's interesting how it works like that. Like the game, the number of people playing at the game matches like real life. You know, just interesting. Obviously more people have more time to play in the afternoons and evenings versus in the mornings. J. Call says, would honestly love to see Jagex do an official vanilla OSRS server. Wishful thinking, I guess. No hate on OSRS as is, though. Yeah, I think the only way that it would be possible would be is actually they see enough people play this, and they kind of a jealousy aspect comes into play, and then they instead of because it sounds like the owners have talked to Jagex or some people at RuneScape. Um, I'm going off of rumors, so don't quote me here. But from what I've heard, there's rumors that they've talked to um, Jagex team and that like things were fine. But again, I heard this from somebody who heard it from somebody else, so I don't know if it's true. But I think that's the only way that it would ever happen is if a jealousy aspect came into play where Jagex got jealous of the player base growing so fast that they felt that they could, how would I put it, find a way to monetize it. So then they would want to have control over it. So essentially, they would make some kind of offer to, Pizzazz and developer team that, hey, look, we like what you've done and we'd want to work with you. But again, it would have to be something where they would have to be very ginger with it and very cautious because here's the thing. I don't want Jagex involved in this. Like, I just don't. Like, you know, and that's nothing, no like hate or anything towards Jagex at all. It's just, I'm sorry, but you guys have messed up the game too many times in the past. Like, you messed it up when you went from RS2 to EOC. And over the years, they've messed up when they went from OSRS to adding all this content that I just didn't like so as much. And I get it that they're trying to push for compensation for okay, so whoever's been the CEO of OSRS, whatever his name is, I forget his name, but for how many years, he wants to show proof to the board essentially of directors that hey, I'm producing quality. He's producing quality engagement as far as the. Oh boy, did my stream just flicker? Looks like my looks. It looks like. Let's see. That was weird. Okay. Well, apparently the stream went down for a little blip there. Not sure why, but yeah, I think that it's one of those things where it's like, you know, they at the end of the day they need to, their job and their role is to basically show that, RuneScape is growing, because at the end of the day, let's be straightforward. Um, you have to be able to show, profits at the end of the day. It'd be no different than if it was you or I or anybody in the stream or anybody that working in that same position, that you would have to still show that, look, I'm bringing value to the player base, and therefore the value is showing in on the statements at the year end. So it's a hard spot, but I think the biggest downfall of every game ever in history is always whenever you decide that you're going to take control of the in-game currency, and you're going to allow a person to be able to acquire that in-game currency with real life money. And that's as soon as every game starts to go bad. It just always happens that way. Because a lot of things, like, for instance, like you look at this server, people are saying that, okay, well, the dual ring is going to come out, and, I've heard some people question that, well, if the dual ring doesn't come out, what's going to hold them to be not liable as far as, like, the gambling laws in Europe, which I don't know the gambling laws, but what I do know is that common sense would tell me that for them to be considered gambling, it has to be tied back to a real life currency. So, and when there's no real life currency tied to it, then they aren't going to say that it's gambling, because it's not real. So, and as long as there's no, how would you, or what's that term called? I'm for mind blank on the term, but when people sell gold to other people for actual money, I forget the name of it, but you guys know what I'm talking about regardless. As soon as that stuff starts happening and it's not caught by the moderators and people aren't banned, like if that stuff starts happening, then I could see it going to the point where, like, maybe it could turn into a liability. But I think outside of that, as long as there's moderators to keep watch over that, and that there's no real life trading, I think we'll be fine, as far as that goes. But that's definitely something that I think a lot of people have thought about over the course of the last month or two, or however long you've been playing. In my case, just a couple days. But yeah, I wish I would have heard about the server sooner, but I was like kind of on a binge of playing League of Legends Teamfight Tactics. I was really enjoying playing that, and I don't know, because I just kind of I played a lot during OSRS. I played a lot of OSRS during leagues, and maxed. I almost maxed 2 accounts, I think, or something like that. I maxed 1 and got Dragon Trophy, and then I think I got like 40,000 points on 2 other accounts, something like that. But yeah, it's just, it kind of burns you out. It's like it's fun to do, and it's fun to like do content like that, but it kind of burns you out a little bit. So I was a little bit burnt out, and then I went and played League of Legends for a while, and then I heard about this because I seen Mudkip's video, and I was like, oh boy, count me in. And then I realized I was like 2 months late to the show, so it's like, kind of a bummer deal there. But nevertheless, I'm really enjoying my time here. Victoria Orlova asks, how do you pronounce your username? It is Serenity. So I came up with a name actually a long time ago. It was probably, I want to say it was somewhere around like between like 2005 and 2010, somewhere in that ballpark. I can't tell you the exact year it would have been, but I was doing a quest, I think, in RS3 or something like that, and I happened to run by um, the guy up in Falador, the castle, top of that, and I seen that it's a play on his name. The guy up there, his name is Serenity. So basically, it's like Serenity, but just spelled differently, and I don't know, just and also it's the thought that like I I want my account to like kind of exude or whatever you call it a peaceful like thought, so serenity is also a peaceful thought, so like there's that, so just kind of those two things, and that's kind of how I came up with the name. And then yeah, like so like my OSRS, what used to be my main account, is with one I at the end, and then I created a GIM with a buddy of mine, and I that one actually has higher stats than the quote unquote main. I don't even play either of them anymore, really, though. Just kind of, I don't know, not too fond of playing regular OSRS anymore. Just kind of got bored of it. I don't know, but yeah. So yeah, it's just Serenity is how you pronounce it, I guess. Long outdrawn, long and drawn out response, but um, yeah, I don't know. What are you guys looking forward to the most about the members side opening up if you guys are playing? I'll tell you guys what I'm looking forward to the most, and I've said it earlier, but I'll say it again, and that's agility. I know it's absolutely disgusting to say, and you would never catch me saying that ever, but it's just the fact that I've always hated agility, always, to the point where like I never really wanted to train it much. But then now that you go without agility for a while and you see how slow the game is because you can't run, like it gives you a whole nother appreciation for the skill. And so like that's gonna be like my first thing that I'm gonna be training is I want to get 10 agility and then instantly go do tourist trap to get my agility as like high as possible in the shortest period of time, so that way when I go do all the other quests I'm being a lot more efficient while doing it. Jay Calls, what's your favorite skill in 2004 so far? I would say, hmm, I would say it's probably going to be rune crafting, as crazy as it sounds. Like, I don't know, like, I never really did much rune crafting way back in the day. Like, when it first came out, I remember when it first came out, and I just thought that, like, you had to be, like really rich or whatever to be able to buy all the rune essence back then. And maybe it's just because other people that had already had, lots of money at the time, you know, and were a lot more efficient back then, were able to, pay higher price for the rune essence when it first came out. And so I felt like I had to mine all of it to be able to do it. And so like I kind of got burnt out doing it. But now that like it's weird because it's like even though it's like way slower than OSRS. Yeah, I know it's weird. I do like some of the hard skills, and I think it's just part of like just like accepting the fact that like RuneScape is a grind, and that it's not like something that I can just like get through like right away. So it's kind of like just that concept. And I'll be honest, I didn't used to be like this. Like I used to be all about like combat only kind of style accounts. I have PKing accounts in OSRS. Um, I but the one account that I remember from years ago, my first ever account actually in the game, um, was I named him Santa Hats A. That was the account name, and I named it that because I wanted to prove to my brothers that I'd be able to acquire Santa Hat. I wanted to name the account Santa Hat, but it wasn't available, so I did Santa Hats A. So Santa space hat space A, and I just basically dedicated all my time to just mining and smithing. And at the time, it was during Classic, I believe, and I stocked up a bunch of, I don't know if you guys remember certs back in the day, certificates, coal certs, right over here in Draenor Village. During Classic, anyways, there'd be a guy standing like right here. So this was like the coal one, if I remember right. This was no, I think this one was the fish one, and then this one. What was this one now? I can't remember what this stall was, but I know it was. I'm pretty sure it was fish right here. So tuna. It was tuna, lobster, and swordfish certs, both raw and cooked. And then this was your ores on this side, which was coal. Was it coal, iron, addy, myth, and rune? I don't know. I don't even know if rune had a cert or not. But anyways, you could exchange 5 of any resource for 5 or one certificate. And so like the reason why it was a thing back in the day is because number one, you didn't have much bank space, and you only had like, if I remember, it's 20 inventory slots or something like that. So like to make it a little bit more efficient, they made these certs so you could come and exchange 5 at a time, because they didn't have banknotes. That was the kicker. They didn't have banknotes. There was like very few stackable items too. So basically, you'd exchange 5 coal to the guy, and he'd give you 1 certificate. So you could do uh, basically 3 certs at a time or 4 certs at a time, whatever it was. And then you just take those certs, and the certs were stackable. So the certificates could stack, but there was very few other items that stacked. Runes stacked, obviously, and coins, but like there was not too many items that stacked back in the day. But yeah, it was just kind of a interesting thing, is the old Classic. And so anyways, on that account, I basically ended up, I don't remember, I think it was like 2,000 or 3,000 certs is what I ended up actually getting. And then after selling them all, it took a long time to sell them all. I remember it took me probably like almost a week to get rid of them all. I mean, I probably could have sold them, cheaper or whatever, and got rid of them quicker. But I remember I was just trying to like maximize the amount that I got out of them. But after selling them all, then I was able to buy. And I think at that point, it was like shortly after I sold them, I think is when they changed over from Classic to RS2, I think. Or if it was called RS2 or if it was just 2D or something like that, is what they called it. But yeah, it was a lot of fun back then. And it was weird because it's like my origins were skilling kind of when I first grew up, and then seeing my older brother hit 40 attack was huge. Back in the day, I remember it was me and my other brother, hovering over the oldest brother at the keyboard, watching him, hit that whatever it is, 42k or whatever, to get 40 attack, or 40k. And yeah, I remember him, buying I believe it was I want to say it was the rune mace, I think is what he bought as his first weapon. He paid like 15k for it or something. But yeah, it was kind of cool, guy had a funny comment here. I was just reading this. This guy says, "Exactly, kid, you're grounded. Go play this ancient game." Now, for me, if I was grounded, there, I was kicked off the computer, So, but gone are the days where we're limited to like an hour and a half at most per day to play, But yeah, it was a lot of fun back in the day, and I remember my cousins, like we'd sometimes I'd go over to my cousins and we'd all play, and of course they only had two computers at the time, and there was probably like 5 kids, wanting to play, so we all had to always like take turns, 30 minutes a piece or whatever. But I remember like my uncle would, you know, he'd have these like what do you call time cards essentially for the computer, and that if you did X amount of push-ups, you get an extra 15 minutes that you could play or whatever. And I just remember my cousins always, you know, doing push-ups and being able to play more. It was kind of funny to just had a thought back in the past of remembering that. And it was good times back then. Let's see. Getting closer to a level. About another 10k off or so, 8k off. Then we'll be at 58. Then we'll only have 2 more levels to go after that. That'd be pretty cool. We'll be able to hit 60 tonight, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on how long I play, I guess. But hoping to still get it. Yeah, the things we did for some Scape time back in the day. So true. So true. It was, that just tells you how addicting the game was for its time. It was, there's literally nothing that compares to it. Definitely enjoyed it a lot, and now that 04 Scape is out, I can enjoy it again. It's a fun game. Yeah, we'll see what I end up doing, but I had thoughts of maybe trying to do some PKing at some point with the account, before before the potential of it. We'll see how it's all gonna depend on like how many people play on the first day of release for members. Like, call me crazy, but I think it's gonna be somewhere in the ballpark of like 5k. I mean, I was just looking at like high scores the other day, and like I typed in, was it 20,000? I think on the high scores. Let me see which tab here has high scores. This one here. If I go to the high scores table and I type in search by rank and I put in 20,000, yeah, so 20,000 comes up. So it's like there's already 20,000 registered accounts playing this game. Which is, pretty crazy. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. There was always, crazy stuff that would kind of go down. It's absolutely some of the stuff that, I mean, obviously, like there was the one incident where, what's his name, that the one guy ended up going to jail over, but yeah, I mean, there was a lot of crazy stuff that took place that um was probably just a bunch of ignorant, kids at the time doing and not even realizing what they were doing, to be honest. But I remember the days of going to like whenever we go on vacation. You know, you go to the hotels, those fancier hotels. They would have the one public computer downstairs in the basement or in the lobby area. And I remember, me and my brothers would always fight for who got turns to go on there and play RuneScape, and you know, all I know is I felt bad for any of the other guests that happened to need a computer at the time because we weren't going to give that computer up, But yeah, we always would, try to do things like that where we, get some time on a faster computer or whatever compared to the one that we'd have at home. This guy is claiming he's able to play this on his iPhone. Oh, this guy's saying he is on his iPhone. That's crazy. Oh, nice. My new set of headphones came because these ones were getting. I'll have to set those up tonight, replug it in, and make sure it's working good and everything. But this set here has this wire right here on both sides is fraying, so I don't know how much longer they'll last, but. Love hearing all the little stories. Well, that's good. I'm glad you like it. There's a lot to be said about this game. That's for sure. There's so many memories, so many fond memories of it, and it's just and there's the not so fond memories. Obviously, I remember the first time I got scammed. Like I wasn't happy about it. But I had no idea what it was, but I remember some guy had told me that a certain item, I think it was it like might have been a half full jug of wine was worth like a lot of money, and he convinced me on it. Like, and I thought, I thought I was like pretty smart at the game, but like I had just never seen this item before, and I was like, well, okay, I've never seen it before. It must be worth this. And I can't remember the exact amount, but it was a lot of money was what he was claiming it was worth. I think it was like he was claiming it was worth like 500K or something at the time, which is insane. And that he said he'd be willing to give it to me if I trust traded over some stuff, and I made the mistake of at the time. So like it's crazy because at the time I had only had like full steel with a steel 2H, and so I trust traded him over that, and then he logged off. So it was a big learning curve, and I was furious because I'd put in all this time and to get full steel, and yeah, it was rough at the time. But yeah, there's a lot of memories of RuneScape, and it's always been a fun game over the years. But I don't know, just kind of lost interest until I've been playing a lot of the seasonals, but kind of lost interest after I don't know. It was probably like a year or two after Group Iron Man came out because I played that for a while and then kind of just got bored of that, I guess too. But then I seen 2004 and I was like, hey, That looks fun. And yeah, so I've been playing for like the last 4 days and just absolutely loving it. It's one of the funnest versions of the game. Jay Cole says so many scammers preying on us kids. LMAO. Back in the day, I spent forever mining 1K coal. Got scammed for 3K instead of 30K. I asked. Life lessons were learned, to say the least. Yes, they were. Yeah, it's interesting because it's like I bet like you know, call me crazy, but I bet if we did a poll like of all like the people that played RuneScape as a kid and like seen like how like over the course of their life how often they were scammed out of real money. I feel like the odds of a person that played RuneScape, your chances of being scammed out of real life money is dramatically lower than that of people who didn't play it because of the fact that you learned like some of the tactics or the lifestyle of those people in the game before it happened to you in real life. So it's like I don't know. I think it's a double edged sword. In a way, it's not good, but it's also it's also a learning thing too. So by no means am I saying that it's a good thing to scam people. Yeah, he's so skeptical as an adult. Yes, yeah, I can definitely see that being something that teaches you to be skeptical at a young age. So that combined with like the influx of the I can't believe it's not butter. So it's like you combine the two of those together, and it's like yeah, you just can't believe anything then. Yeah, I actually reached out to one of the developers of this game and told them that hey, if you guys are ever looking for more player mods, feel free to reach out to me. I'd gladly be a player mod if you guys wanted one. Um, just because I like this game and I want it to be preserved for long term, and hopefully there's enough people out there that have that same mindset that hopefully it can be preserved, long term, and hopefully JGX will allow it. At the end of the day, I think that's going to be the only potential rock in the way, and as long as they're fine with it and they don't worry about it, we'll be fine. I think. Wait, where are we up to now? How many ewes, or not ewes, but willows do we have now? Nice, we just surpassed the 3,000 mark. We're up to 3,000. You know what's crazy is the first video I've seen of Mudkips was of him getting 10 or 100,000 willows, and I'm like, holy cows! Like, I don't know how he put in so much time. Like, that's a lot of time. If I could decide on the year that updates would cut off, I would say, I, I'm sorely tempted to say that I would like to have God Wars in, but I also kind of, I don't know if I would want it in. So like, I don't know what year God Wars came out. Let me see. Let's see if it has there's a way to see. Released 2013. That ain't right. Is that right? Was it 2013 God Wars came out? Yeah, yeah, Victoria. Yeah, he spent a long time cutting those, and like knowing him, likely. So like how I always think of Mudkip's videos is that like for the five minutes, every like 5 minutes worth of like film time is like the equivalent of like 50 hours or something like that. Yeah, I thought God Wars was sooner, but like if I pull up the wiki, it's claiming 17th of October 2013. But I think I thought it was sooner than that. Okay, wait. It says here the dungeon was first released on the 28th of August 2007. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. But so like that would be like that'd be so like it'd be between either 2006 or 2007 to be honest. Like I can't say for sure whether or not I wanted it in the game or not. But just because like along with God Wars, like oh yeah. So yeah, yep, you're right. So yeah, it's so like originally it would have been like 2007, so like August 2007, and then so like when I was looking at that thing, it said the dungeon was first released on the 20th of August 2007, 18 days after the 10th of August 2007 archive that Old School is based on. But then it it passed a poll because so like that was outside of the date that would have been arc or put into the game. So then they pulled it, and then it passed a poll in 2013, in September of 2013, and then it was released in October. Isn't that crazy? Back then, you could have a poll in 1 month's time, and they could have it, hit the live game a month later. Like that's actually crazy. Oh yeah, whenever the GE came in, absolutely not. Like that's a hard no for me. The GE, the GE promotes an antisocial game. Just 100%. That's my belief system is that the GE promotes an antisocial game, and I just like I don't like it. Like uh, don't get me wrong. There's definitely times where like I've been trying to sell something in Varrock recently. Now playing this game, and you get a little bit like feeling like you're wasting time, and that you wish you could be done buying something or selling something, and you start to just a little bit go down that rabbit hole where you start thinking, the GE might not be a bad idea, but you know what? No, it's a horrible idea. GE is an absolutely horrible idea, and I would never want to bring it back to the game. Because the other thing I think of too is like there's plenty of people out there trying to merge, and like I did a lot of merching actually when I was younger as well, and it was a lot of fun, like to see how big of a cash stack you can get. So like as soon as you bring the GE into the game, yeah, you can still merch, but the aspect or the easeability of it changes, so to speak. But regardless, I just no matter what, I just don't like the GE. 2008 or 2009 because that's when you started playing. Yeah. I'll be honest. Like 2008, 2009 was when I probably was able to play the most because I was like, I would have been like in my teenage years at that point. So I definitely had like I had already bought my own laptop and everything, and I was able to play a lot more. Um, but and I played a lot with my cousins then at that point, who they also bought their own laptops then too, and we were all playing together and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know, like So like and that's why I have a hard time with deciding it's like a hard cap of like when I wouldn't and would not want something to be in the game. But I do know that like no matter what year it would be, I just wouldn't want a grand exchange. I just don't like it. I really don't like it. Anything but the grand exchange. But yeah, there's I don't know. At the end of the day, I guess time will tell as to what happens. But um, I'll play it until I don't want to play it no more. I guess, and then who knows what I'll end up doing. Switch to a different game or go back to OSRs. I have no idea what I'll do. But I don't know. I was just getting bored of doing OSRs though. Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Like, so I don't know who made that call on the EOC thing. All I know is that if they would have literally stopped to what it was is, in my opinion, I feel like the EOC was a push for Jagex to be able to increase. I don't know when they like it's been sold. I don't know how many times the Jagex has been sold, but I think at that time, I think they were trying to make a push before they sold it to another company or another owner, whatever at the time. But I honestly think that EOC was part of their plan to be able to, quote unquote, increase the player base by getting younger kids to play at that time. And to do so, they need to like kind of follow like a plan similar to like World of Warcraft, honestly, where things were graphically more pleasing, so to speak, to them. To not to me. I prefer this kind of style graphics. Just basic. I really don't care if it's a little choppy here and there. You get the general gist of what's going on, and I agree with it. Or I don't. It's not that. That's not the right word to use, but I like this style of graphics. Like it doesn't need to be real fancy for me. But I think that part of part of pleasing the younger generation was is having the ability to like have more animations in the game, and to do that they need to like increase the game engine, right, to be able to increase the number of like I don't know what they call it, but think of like pixels on a screen. The number of pixels inside of the game engine had to increase to be able to accommodate all this extra space of graphics, essentially, which, in my opinion, not necessary, but to appease the younger generation at the time, they wanted to essentially, you know, make it look like the company was doing really good and try to get a new player base in, which they did. Like, let's not lie to ourselves. They definitely did bring in some like younger people, but then like where I seen the problem with it was is that the people it was like a generation younger than most of the people that play OSRs today that basically came into the game, and those people had totally different ideas and wants or how they wanted to view the game or play the game, and so like basically it just it went way down a rabbit hole when they went to EOC because then everything became like the tick system. I don't know if the tick system got basically removed completely at the time when EOC came out, and it turned into like a time based system then. So, and what I mean by time based system is like reducing a tick down into like milliticks, so to speak, or something like that, where it's like time was based off of milliseconds. Like most programming languages, like they'll use like how many milliseconds between an action happens or whatever based off an input or whatever. So like I feel like they wanted this aspect of having more actions happening at a given time, and that's what the younger generation wanted or whatever to have in the game. So, and I didn't like that, and I played RS3 or EOC, whatever you want to call it, for probably, I played it like maybe a year or two after it came out, and then I set it down for many years, and then a few years later I played it for like 6 months, and then set it down, and because it was like the want was there, the want to play the game, but then the ability to play the RuneScape that I grew up loving was gone. So it was like I still wanted to play the game, but I didn't want to play it in the aspect that it was out. So then when OSRs came out, I was like stoked about playing it and played it for many years, and now I'm at the point where it's like kind of bored of it because of all the updates that have happened over the years, and like some of them I voted no on, and I just I'm no longer happy with the direction that it's kind of gone, which is like I don't know, it's kind of gone to the point of like um, just more of like a solo kind of game, not so much as a social kind of game, or like and I thought that that was all gonna like be fixed when they came out with raids. I thought, well, okay, with raids, it's gonna force everybody to be more social, and it kind of did, but it kind of didn't. So it was just kind of, I don't know, it kind of helped a little bit at first, but then like once people, because like people would have to like get into Discord groups to actually like talk through how to make it through the raids. But then after a certain point, like once they learned it, like a few times, then it was like people would want to go into Discords then, and they just you know they wanted to just type a letter on a keyboard as to like to explain the action that they're gonna do, and it's like, well, I don't know, kind of just took out the whole social aspect of the reason why raids were created in the first place, or what I imagined the reason raids would have been created in the first place would have been to increase the social aspect of the game. But I think social aspect is huge. I mean, like I think about it like this, like if I go and advertise something on a social media platform, like you get a lot of like clear feedback from that advertisement, versus if I try to sell something door to door by myself. The social aspect is massive. It's huge. It sells. Social aspect sells. And so I think if anybody created a game today that could incorporate the aspect of um, working together with other people and talking to other people to complete an object, that game would sell like wildfire, and it would be very, very good. But that's just my 2 cents on the whole thought of that. And I don't know, just I don't want to be too harsh towards JGX either, because at the end of the day, they've the people that you can kind of tell, the people that like have tried really hard to keep like old school like relevant. So, and I don't want to make it seem like everybody that works for JGX is like against O4 or whatever. Yeah, and I also don't want to be like, I don't want to be the guy that's like telling everybody quit playing OSRS. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good game. Go play it. Um, I had a lot of fun playing it over the years. It's just not for me anymore. Like, I just and maybe, and you know what, I say that right now, but people change. Like maybe in 6 months, maybe I'll be back to playing it. But it's you know, or maybe apparently I heard supposedly they're coming out with a new raid or something. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is the case, I mean maybe I'd stop back in to see what that looks like. I will play the seasonals, that's for sure. I like the seasonal events. Actually, more recently, I before I got into like playing a lot of like League of Legends lately, League of Legends Teamfight Tactics, I had kind of gotten into like playing the DMM seasonal. So I played that, or DMM Permanent World, sorry. But um, yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where just everybody's gotta have their own kind of cup of tea, so to speak, and um, yeah, I don't know where I'll be in a year or 2 years down the road if I'll be playing RuneScape games or not. I have no clue, but at the current time, I'm really enjoying 04scape, so that's what I'll play. And you know, if I don't like it at some point, then I won't play it. But I think that as of right now, I think that based off of what I've heard, based off the discussion that I can't remember which YouTuber it is. There's a YouTuber that has a video where they discussed it with all the devs, or a few of the devs, anyways, and with the owner. And from what I gathered off of their discussion, I think that I'll really enjoy playing this game for quite a long time. Long time being, who knows? It's all just going to depend on how crazy the member release is. I feel like there's going to be a lot more people playing than is expected. Um, I honestly feel like it's going to hit 5K, like 5K active. Call me crazy, but I honestly think it's gonna. It might not hit it right on Saturday, but I think it like within a week. I think it'll be at like 5K. Yeah, yeah. I played a lot of private servers myself over the years. Um, I never did any of the pay to win, so to speak, servers, but like there was a lot of like decent ones that weren't pay to win. I mean, they all had their like become a member program deal, and you get certain things, but um, m- most of the ones that I played was like you'd actually have to play the game to receive benefits, so to speak. Yeah, that's the only thing that scares me a little bit. Is call me crazy, but I think it's gonna hit 5K within like a week after launch. It's gonna have one of two effects. It's either gonna hit 5K or it's gonna completely flatline, in my opinion. Which I think it's gonna explode. I don't think it's gonna flatline. But if it does hit 5K, I think JakeX will. They'll be sitting down and talking to the owner and the development team. Can't say what's going to happen. Wouldn't want to proclaim that I know what would happen, what would take place. But it, you know, for a game to receive as much attention as it already has in literally 2 months, and like for instance, I didn't even hear about this game until you know literally 4 days ago. This is my fourth day playing, and I know that if I would have heard about it 2 months ago, I would have been playing this 2 months ago. So it's like I guarantee there's other people out there just like me that are taking a limbo or a break from playing OSRS, and all of a sudden they see this, and I think it's going to be. I think when the member site opens up, it's going to be huge. I think there's going to be a lot of people playing. There were some big private servers back in the day. I don't know how many like still existed, but I remember like the first time I played. I remember the first. I don't know if it was like the one of the first ones, or what, but it was called Mopar Scape. And then I think they ended up calling like all the servers like after that they called them Mopar servers or something like that. But the original one that I played, I know it wasn't really big, but then there was like there was one that had it was right around the time when they came out with like um the crazy prayers right before that. So they made the server based off of the time before all the I can't remember the name of those ancient prayers or whatever came into the game. And so I think that like that blew up that server at the time, and I think it was like around 5,000 people playing or something like that at the time. It was a PKing mindset server, so those tend to do a little bit better. I feel like too, but I can't even remember the name of it. I'm trying to jog my memory as to what the name of that server was, but I can't remember what it was. But and at the time, that was like the one of the biggest ones. Since then, I haven't been like super active in like the private server community, so to speak. Um, basically, I played private servers around like basically when RS3 came into the game. Essentially, Soul Split. Yeah, that's it. And actually, there was also a server called Soul Split that was also pretty big, if I remember right. Um, I can't. My memory isn't perfect, but yeah, Soul Split was the name of that prayer that came out with the ancient thing, and it's like they did the server that I had played on. They did like a reset back to before that because like that was so game breaking, you know. But then I remember I played Soul Split too, actually, that server, and I know that one got pretty big, but I don't think it was as big as the one that I had played. I can't remember. I wish I remember the name of that one. Anyways, there was so many that I played. You know, like you play. It got to the point where I was literally like playing one each week, and I'd switch to a different one the next week. You know, but they were a lot of fun, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie about that. But as far as like getting things right and everything, I would say that like this so far is the closest I've ever seen to any of the games. Yeah, Soul Split was pretty big. I can't remember why or what the draw was, but I just remember being a pretty big server. I remember it always being at the top. I remember you used to be able to vote. I don't know if you guys remember that, but you used to be able to go in and vote for like a server, and if a server got a certain enough votes on a review website, it would rank up higher. I remember I'd always like make multiple accounts on servers, and then just ICOB was I think was the one that I'm talking about. I think that was the one that was the really big one. But I think they eventually went crazy with stuff too, and they started bringing random items that were never even part of the game in or something. But yeah, ICOB I think was the one that I'm thinking that was like the biggest one. Yeah, who knows? Who knows what JX will do? Obviously, they've got their hands in certain baskets though, because like supposedly I had heard that like you can't stream this game on Twitch. Apparently, I don't know, but if that's the case, it's like I feel like in a month I'm gonna be kicked off of being able to stream it on here too. Wouldn't surprise me, I guess. But I hope not. I hope it's just something that they can clear up, and you know can always have hope. But I don't know. Who knows with this kind of stuff? Greed does a lot of things, So I think if anything, if RuneScape could like take a step back and like just learn a little bit from what's happened, it's like see the growth and be like, hey, obviously these guys know what they're doing. That why can't we partner with them instead of trying to maybe push them off. Yeah, I do play League. Yeah, I enjoy the TFT. ICOV is number one. ICOV is number one. I'll take a look at it. Wow. Holy cows. You aren't kidding. You are not kidding. That's crazy. I did not know that that guy actually played OSRS games. That's crazy. Yeah, so that's Tyler. For anybody that's wondering, the video it's showing Tyler in there. Tyler from League of Legends. But apparently he played ICOV or pretended to, one or the other, back in the day. But makes sense. I think they actually, if I remember, I think he recently started a group Iron Man, didn't he? Like with some, trying to think of who's in that group, but I think it was like a group of like people that are known for playing World of Warcraft, I think. But I think they started a group Iron Man together. Ooh. Oh, look at this. Now this guy is genius. Genius. He's flinching the tree spear. I didn't even know you could do this. But apparently it's getting caught on this tile right here. So I had heard previously that people had done it over here. Oh, look at that. There's a guy doing it over here too. Ain't no way. Look at this. Yeah, so so this guy, so you can flinch it here. So I had heard previously that you used to be able to go on this side of the rock and mage it, but the recent update, I believe, that they did, they actually reduced the range of their aggro. So if you actually go like, I think it's like past like this tile like right there, I think it despawns it or it de-aggroes it and then it despawns it. Because like I tried to do it where I went on the backside of the rock and tried to attack it and it just walked over here and despawned. So Tyler was an admin on Icon. Oh wow, that's crazy. Well, now that things make sense, his nature just it just makes sense. Wow, that's cool. It's cool to learn that. That's totally him. That is definitely him. Because I think of all the admins of all the servers, and it's like that's the kind of personality I think of. Where he's just got an interesting personality. Of course, his username would be something about lifting. Typical Tyler. I think I'd get along really good actually with Tyler if I sat down with him. He seems like a really good guy. Oh geez. IIRC. You might call me crazy, but I honestly don't know what that stands for. The IIRC. Some of the it's weird because playing old school, like you learn a lot about the little like shortened words and stuff. But like some of them like came out like during like RS3 time, and like I didn't play during that time, and so like some of these things that people say, if I recall correct, okay, yeah, yep. See, it's like something like that. It's just like I don't know why. It's like there were certain ones that like came out during that time that I just like didn't play it around, and so it's like people say like short things sometimes to me, and I'm like, Yeah, dude, sounds good. Because I don't know how to respond because I don't know what they're saying. But oh, did we? I think we just gained a level, didn't we? I think so. Did I miss it? Oh wow. Yeah, I'm not even gonna. I'm not even gonna say what the first word that came to my mind when I seen those two letters. Let's just say if I responded, it would have probably caused some commotion. But I'll keep that to myself. But I would not have expected it to mean this. Abby, ready? Welcome. How are you doing? Or is it Avi? Avi or Abby? I don't know. Whichever one it is. Hopefully I didn't butcher it too bad. Avi. Okay, good. Good, good, good. Avi. So I wonder if I'm gonna make an assumption. You tell me if I'm correct. Does that mean you're based out of Finland? Or maybe a Finnish background? I don't know. One or the other. Or if you don't care to say, that's also totally legit. Indian. Okay, okay. My bad. I thought Avi would be maybe Finnish background, but I guess that would make sense then with Reddy as the last name to be more like an Indian kind of last name. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just pulling crap out of my memory though too. I don't know. Are you playing the? Have you been playing the 2004 Scape at all, or? And if you have, what have you been enjoying the most? For me, the most that I've been enjoying has been just interacting with people. It's just been great. You know, like all the interactions was great. Ooh, dang! Putting in the work. 766 total. Holy cows! Yeah, man. I feel like I'm further and further behind whenever I talk to people because like I've only been playing for like 4 days, but like yeah, it's just like I see everybody else and it's just like whoa, you guys are like way ahead. But then I see all these people like this, like 22s, 30s. It's like these guys just starting out, level threes. So it's like it's still growing. But no, yeah, congrats on the whenever you get 80 wood cutting. That's a huge milestone. I think is it 80 for Magics or is it 85? I can't remember. Yeah, I'm just a wee bit competitive, just a wee bit. I've played all the 75 for Magics. I totally forgot about that. That was way less than I thought it was. 85. You know what it is? I'm thinking 85 is for the Magic Longbow for fletching. That's got to be it. I'm pretty certain on that. Where am I from? I am from Minnesota, which is part of the United States. In case you didn't know, I know it's a small little state, but it's a good state. Yeah, I've always been just a little bit competitive with this game. Maybe it's partially with growing up with older brothers that were always better at the game than me, so I always had to like push myself really hard to try and be better than them. So, but I don't know, it was a lot of fun though too. Like all the like dead man mode tournaments and leagues and stuff like that. I get really competitive when those things come around. Probably overly competitive to be honest, but I really enjoy it. And, you know, it's a lot of fun, I guess. So yeah, during the last leagues, yeah, it does feel like a dead man fresh start without the PKing. I agree. Then the last leagues, I did everything that I wanted to do in the game, like as far as like testing out new builds and such. And then I at the end I kind of just got bored, so then I started just doing like learner tops essentially, and I ended up doing like learner tops for like a week, just teaching people how to complete theater bloods, and that was a lot of fun. You just helping a lot of people out, and like it feels good to like you know contribute something back to the community. And it's just something that's I feel like I should have done a long time ago. So I'm gonna try to do that in the future. Continue to do things like that. Um, but, but no, yeah, I definitely get competitive to the point where like well, I guess last leagues was the first one that I ever hit Dragon Trophy, but I hit Dragon Trophy on one account, and then I hit 40,000 points on two other accounts because I wanted to do mage, range, and a melee. Try all three styles out. But then in years past, I've always gotten like rune rank, but I'll have like rune rank on three accounts, and none of them get dragon. So kind of like the solo mission deal where he's always got the video of him rank one, and but then it took him however many leagues before he finally got a dragon trophy as well. So but no, I'm really enjoying this 2004 Scape for sure, and once the member side gets unlocked, I know I'll just enjoy it even more. So it's kind of like getting that experience of being able to play on the member side, like many years ago when like you weren't old enough to be able to afford to be able to pay for membership, and if you were I guess if you were one of those rich kids, you got your mom and dad to pay, but if you weren't one of the rich kids, then your mom and dad weren't going to pay for you. So I remember the first time, like my cousins were like the first ones I remember that I went over to their house and noticed that they had membership on it, and I was just like, whoa, like what'd you do? How'd you convince your mom and dad to do this for you? Because I was probably like 10 or 11 at the time, and then they told me, oh no, we just do XYZ chores every week, and they told us that they'll pay for membership for one account. So So then all of that cousin's brothers and sisters all played on the same account. So they were cheating in a way, but they had fun and they progressed that account like really far. Oh yeah, no, yeah. There was a lot of times I was, I was always trying to figure something out. Like there's got to be a way to get out over there. I was convinced that it would have been through the wildy somehow. You could get across, but yeah, no, I never. Obviously, I never got across, but there was always that thought in the back of my mind that like, there's got to be a glitch someplace along the line, where they messed up, and you can walk across. That thought was always there in the back of the mind. But I remember one of the things I tried was uh, like a member was going through the gates, and so I waited until he was like right at the gates, and then I clicked follow to try and like follow him through the gates. But no, it didn't work. Yeah, no, there was, I didn't think there was. I mean, as far as I heard, I don't think I ever heard of anybody ever having a glitch where they were able to get on the member side for free. Like, but then again, if news like that got out, I mean, it'd get kind of crazy though too. So maybe it happened, but it was kind of kept hush hush or something. Yeah. So long term plan or short term plan, I should say, is basically I'm gonna be streaming here for, I don't know, basically every day from this point going forward. Um, Wednesday, I go in for surgery on Wednesday, so I won't be streaming next Wednesday and maybe Thursday or Friday. I guess it's gonna all depend on what the pain's like afterwards, whether or not I end up staying in the hospital or what. But so, and then after that, it's all just gonna depend on what how the surgery ends up turning out. But I'd imagine I've got a few weeks worth of being able to stream full days, pretty much. So normally I work the trades, but I've been having some issues with my ankle and haven't been able to work, so it's time to get it fixed, I think. So, but there is a chance that even after the surgery, that it doesn't work. So there is that chance that I end up looking for like a new job altogether, or who knows? Maybe if people like me enough and want me to stream for them, there's that possibility too. Maybe I go into that full time, but I have no idea. We'll see what happens and go from there, I guess. Oofta. These players are talking about some crazy stuff right now. There's always those crazy people that play that. Yeah, it's crazy. That's all I'll put it. It's just crazy. I mean, not too bad for first time streaming in like a couple months. So far, there's been 21 views. I mean, that's pretty decent, I think. Oh, and if you guys like like watching the streams, feel free to subscribe too. It definitely helps. Definitely helps. Ooh, ooh, good game. Look at that. Ouch. That guy just oofed. Guys, really? It's a level 3 account. Like, come on, guys. These guys are these guys are crazy. Victoria, that's a pretty good one. I think you'll always get some kind of comment from somebody after a statement like that. Where's this guy? I wonder if he comes back to claim his stuff at all. I'm trying to remember what the guy's name was, but just like type in song lyrics sometimes. Yeah, yeah, I'm sure that probably gets people going sometimes. I know that's one of the reasons why some people like don't really like my stream too much. Is I don't really play music in the background of my streams. I don't know. I just sometimes I'll put on like the old, you know, the old music from the game, but like I don't know. I don't really like to play actual like music in my streams. I don't know. I'm just weird like that. Plus, like I feel like sometimes like if you're playing music in your stream, like as a streamer, you can sometimes think about the song more than you are thinking about the questions that are being asked by chat and or the like tempo of your conversation that you're having with yourself sometimes. Because yes, you will at times have a conversation with yourself. Dying was so brutal back in the day, but I kind of miss it. Yes, yes, I 100% agree. I I remember just always like camping 4 items, back in the day. Like I remember always like wearing full rune and being like, all right, do I have the 25K to be able to pay for the helmet? Because you're gonna lose the helmet if you die. Yeah, the until I got high. Yeah, see, for whatever reason, I'm not gonna lie, but I think that there's a decent amount of people that play this game that partake of in that stuff. Oh, you messed up. Say goodbye to all your stuff. I can't tell if you're replying or referring back to like the brutal deaths in the game or if those are lyrics to a song because I think they could be either or. So I guess sounds good is my response. Um, but yeah, unsure. Oh, okay, yeah, good. That's what I was kind of thinking, but I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to just assume it and then find out that they're actually lyrics to a song, and then you may be mad that I didn't know that what song you're referring to. So man, for some reason I thought I was gonna get 60 a lot faster, and then I have hmm. I think this is taking a lot longer than I had assumed. I should say. I was thinking like 30 minutes to a level, and I think we're sitting at like because I've gained 2 levels in two and a quarter hours or something. So it's like more like a little over an hour per level. I don't know. I don't know. I'm losing track of time just because it's interesting because it's like you almost gain it. I feel like you almost gain XP like so slow in 04 that you literally just like it just goes out of your mind. You don't even think about it. Like you just like start thinking like you know yeah I'll get the next level when I get the next level. You know versus like an OSRS, you're like, okay, it's going to take me this amount of time to get this level, and what can I do to increase the amount of time or increase the speed in which I can get this level, whether that ends up being tech manipulation or whatever, which I was never a big fan of, but I have done from time to time. I actually really like um, how the prayers work. One of the things that I've always hated is the fact that you could prayer flick. I think it's a broken part of the game that should have never been possible. Um, and so I actually really like how they set it up now to where like if you hit a prayer, it stops all your actions and you have to restart your action, whatever that is. So like say you're attacking something, if I click on the prayer, I no longer am attacking that thing and now I have to click back on that to re-attack it. So it's like you can't you'd have to be like you'd probably have to have like a bot set up to be able to do it fast enough in one tick to be able to hit the prayer, click attack, click the prayer, click attack, like, but all in one tick, or it'd be 2 ticks, I guess. But you're also you don't there's also not hotkeys, so you actually have to click the prayer button, you know. But I kind of like that because honestly, I think that was a part of the game that was actually broken all along and should have been fixed right away in my opinion. Like as soon as it was a thing, it should have been like fixed. But likely you'd end up with a bunch of people saying, "Well, so and so got to abuse it, and now I don't get to use it." Prayer flicking, I can confirm it. It is too sweaty. It is. Um, yep, I'm in the same boat. I don't like it. I mean, I got to the point where I was okay at it. I was never really great at it. I was okay at it, but just because you kind of have to start to learn it a little bit to to be more quote unquote efficient at certain things. Um, basically referring to raids at this point, but. Ooh, a level 14 tree spirit. Must have killed the guy that it was on, because I didn't see anybody around. He wasn't aggro to anybody. Gonna have to hop off. Really enjoyed the stream. Very chill vibes. I subbed and we'll try to catch the next one. Good luck with the surgery. Hey man, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you have a good night. And hopefully you have time to stop by another day. Whether it be tomorrow or a week from now or whenever. Appreciate the time you spent. Oh wow, tree spirits like crazy right now. I don't know if it's normal, but I've only had I believe 3 tree spirits since level 1 woodcutting that and I only managed to kill one of them because the other 2 times I didn't have food on me. So, and I didn't know about the rock deal up here. So I've only been able to kill one of them, and I don't know how it's part of their drop table, but the drop that I received from the one that I did kill was a banana. I don't know how that was put on their drop table, but apparently a banana was put on their drop table. We are getting very close to 59. Time is it? It's only 7:49, so we still got a couple hours here still. I think we'll hit 60. Then we'll have to start working on either rune crafting or fishing or mining. All kind of not so fun things to work on, or maybe not even just not fun, but just not exciting to exactly do on stream. But hopefully I can kind of keep it somewhat entertaining at that point. There's 59. I knew it was hiding someplace. We got it. And now we only need, what is that? 3 to 50, 26k-ish roughly. So that'll take a little bit of time. My guess is it's got to be a little over an hour probably of wood cutting if I was to guess. Can't remember what the XP rates were back in the day. Still 60k away from 80. Oofta. So Avi, how many logs do you have total? Like, are we talking like mudkip kind of numbers here, or are we talking like? My guess is in the ballpark of like 30,000 logs at that point. Maybe less. Maybe like 20,000. Regardless, it's a lot of logs chopped. 22k willows, 4k yews. Wow. Yeah, it's incredible. Like I'm actually surprised myself when I deposit these and I look at my bank and I have like several thousand. But then like adding another zero behind that is like seems crazy, but like yeah, maybe I'll get there at some point. I've never had the best patience level for like doing one thing like constantly. I always kind of just jump around to doing different things just because otherwise I tend to like get bored or whatever. Now, are you planning on doing a bunch of fletching like as soon as members is that what you're doing is gonna rush fletching right away? Oh, you're trying to tough it out and get 99. Okay, yeah, that'd be huge having a 99. Yeah, the bowstrings are going to be a bottleneck for sure. Because like the only, as far as I remember, the only way to receive bowstrings or flax is manually. Like I don't think there was any monsters that dropped any of it in any sort of quantity. But and you have 60k essence saved up. Dang, so you have to be a fairly high mining level too. Or were you selling some of your logs to buy the essence? Because like I've been thinking about selling some. Oh yeah, it's like the old ones where yeah you don't get multiple flax per weed. Mostly merged. Okay. Yeah, I used to be good at merching, but nowadays I'm more of like worried about like okay if I spend more than like 5 minutes trying to sell something or buy something, like that's 5 minutes I could have been working on another skill, you know. So, but kudos to all the people that are able to do it for sure. Like, yeah. Starting to yawn again. So what is your mining level at then? You got a high mining level as well then I'm guessing, or at least a little fairly high, probably in like 60s or something. Only 50. Wow, you must have done really well at merching then. Like really, really well. To be able to buy 60k essence already, that's impressive. That is very impressive. So are you um rune crafting? Are you 44 then, or did you go past 44? Just got 44. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to get there, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think I'll get there in time because I feel like it's more important to like get my quest stats or close. I'm not even gonna get all my quest stats. I don't think. I mean, I'm gonna try, but I don't think it's gonna happen. But regardless, I'll try and see where I get. But with the rune crafting, it's like you either need to have money or you need to have time to be able to mine the essence, and I don't think I'll have either of those two. Unless I was to like sell some of my other resources. Like if I sold all my logs, I could probably get there, I would think. But I'm not even certain on that either because willows are like worthless. I mean, they're like 10 each or whatever, something like that. One thing to keep in mind though is when members drops for the fletching aspect, you can't make arrow shafts out of like oak logs or willow logs or any of the other logs. You can only make them out of regular level 1 logs. So like there'll be people that'll be like trying to buy them like right now between now and Friday for like somewhere between like 30 and probably 100. I bet when member server opens up, you're gonna see those things going for like 150 to 200 each or something. It'll be crazy because it's gonna be the fastest way to fletch. To get high fletching is making arrows. Obviously, is going to be the fastest way initially. So there'll be people that have money that are just going to go buy out the fletching shops, knowing that it's going to cost them money initially to get their fletching level up. Unstrung willows to 70, yeah, that would be, yeah, that's probably the most ideal. But likely there's going to be a few people that are literally going to go like negative by buying arrow tips from like Catherby and the Ranging Guild and just literally going negative for like say the first 50 or 60 levels that they get. But then because they'll be ahead of their competition, they'll be able to charge more for like you and magic short bows and stuff. Yeah, it'll be interesting because like I don't even know how like valuable nature runes are gonna be because I feel like there's so many people that are like getting 44 rune crafting that I feel like the value of them are just gonna like tank to like under 50 or something. But I guess we'll see. Like one thought I had was is if a guy was to just rush to gem rocks right away, like getting Shallow Village done right away, and then going to gem rocks. But because I feel like there's gonna be a ton of people that are gonna go that route, um, just because of the quest involved before you can even start training this or like using the gem rocks. So like I feel like even someone that has like mediocre crafting, like I feel like they could still do pretty decent just by being one of the first people to get to the gem rocks. As long as their mining was half decent, and then they could afford to buy a charged glory or do heroes themselves and then charge a glory. But who knows? Maybe there's 50 other people thinking about that same thing. So I'm just hoping that I can have the stats to do heroes right off the bat, along with. I mean, the first quest I'm going to do is obviously going to be the tourist trap. Get some agility levels, do tourist trap, and then probably heroes. Then probably Shiloh. Or actually, no, it'll probably be the because I probably won't have 60 attack yet. I'll probably go do those ones first. Then the Flight Arena, Trino Village, Trino Stronghold, or Tree Stronghold, whatever it's called, and then Waterfall. Yeah, there's probably gonna be people camping, doing Waterfall like right away to try and be like one of the first people to get Nature Talisman because they're probably gonna go for, you know, that actually might not be a bad play, is just to get Waterfall done right away, just to get access to the fire giants. You know, because I guarantee like those probably the first like 5 to 10 nature talismans are probably gonna go for like 150 to 200k or something crazy. So if you can get lucky and pull a nature talisman early, I feel like you could um, make pretty good money if you pulled one early, and then you could put that money into something else, and then or if you had the level, you could always craft the runes too, make the nature runes, make like a few hundred of them or 1,000 of them, and then sell the talisman, you know, and then literally wait like a day, and then you'll be able to buy that same talisman back for like, you know, a tenth of what it is. Oh, Avi, what was sorry, what was your method for training crafting? Like, I haven't really found a very good crafting training method. I did a decent amount of like cowhides and then running them to Alcrid, but I felt like that was so slow. Um, I tried. I did some pottery. That felt even worse. I think I think it felt like silver was fairly decent, but then it took a long time to like accumulate it. So maybe if a guy could like make a little bit of money and then buy some silver ore, I guess the guy could train that. Well, it looks like we got a decent bit of people in here. Um, Plan is to get 60 here, and then go chop some ewes, and probably take the cash from that to buy probably. I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll go the rune essence way and try to get this to 44 still. But I do still need to do the fishing, cooking, and mining because I need 50 mining, and then I need 53 fishing, cooking. Well, we're already up to 600 logs chopped in the last like 2 hours or whatever. Not too shabby. I'd probably get better XP rates if I hop worlds, probably, but I don't know. I'm not too worried about XP rates at this point. I just know it's going to take a long time regardless to get to the next level at this point. Plus, I'm at, I don't know, a fairly decent level now that, like, I'm chopping them more consistent compared to, like, when I was, like, 40. But yeah, as soon as I hit 60, I'm going to go try to do some U's and see how that goes. Well, it seems like chat's kind of gotten a bit quiet the last few minutes here. Maybe maybe the stream's gotten a little too boring for everybody. I'll let you guys decide if you think I should keep streaming right now or if I should just call it a night for now. Because I get it, I am just chopping trees. It is kind of boring and not much to it, I guess. And I think I've kind of run out of stories too for the night. Can't think of too many more stories, I guess, but we are getting closer to 60 wood cutting. We're only like 15k off now or something. Yeah, like 15k. What a day. What did we start the day off? I think it was in the 450 range total level. So we went from 450 to 526. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Ugh. 5 a.m. club over here, that guy says. Dang. That's pretty crazy. I've done 5 a.m. for the last 2 weeks. Now that's crazy. I don't know, last few days I've been doing probably like a little over 5 hours a night sleeping. Yeah, it's been kind of dragging on me a little bit. Probably should take a little bit longer sleep tonight, but we'll see. We'll see, cause you know those gains are kind of addicting always. Oh yeah. Feels like my inventory is getting filled at a faster rate than like even just a few levels ago. Feels like I'm chopping them quite a bit faster now. I feel like that's always like the case. Like as soon as you get like, I don't know, X amount of levels past the level required to chop something, it starts to get like super easy, and then like you unlock something new, and then you go to do the new thing, and it's like super slow again. But that's okay too, because usually the new things are more valuable too. So. Well, I can't tell, but maybe my chat. I'm kind of wondering if my chat is broken because I haven't seen anybody comment in a little while. So I'm starting to wonder if one of you guys could do me a favor and just write like test and hit send. That'd be much appreciated. Just to make sure that this thing is still working. I'd imagine somebody sent a test by now. Seems as though my YouTube chat is not updating, I think. Not certain, but well, wonder if maybe I should just end the stream then. Because I'm not seeing any tests come up. I'm guessing somebody's did a test chat. If you're watching a stream and you did do a test chat, could you please add me in game if you're playing and send me a message letting me know you did? I don't know what to do. Because the YouTube is claiming there's 5 people watching. But nobody sent me a message. And nobody's messaged in private chat or in the YouTube chat. So all I can think of is that it's bugged right now. And there's actually no viewers, maybe. I'm not sure. But I'm starting to wonder. Well, seems like there's no more dialogue in the chat for tonight. Seems like it's kind of drying up. Okay, I'm not seeing nothing in chat. If you're watching the stream, do me a favor, send me put a message in the YouTube chat, just saying test. And if you've done that, please go ahead and add me in game and send me a message, just saying that you sent me a message, because I'm wondering if YouTube chat is bugged right now. Or it could just be that nobody's put any messages in. Very well could be. I'm not sure, but okay, well, I'm not seeing anything come up. I think I'm just gonna end the stream. I don't wanna stream too much boring content, and yeah, I'd rather do something that's not so boring as woodcutting, but it is what it is at this point. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and say hopefully you guys all have a good night, and thanks for stopping by the stream. Much appreciated. And if you liked your visit, feel free to leave a comment or message. The stream. I just let my streams post themselves always on my YouTube channel, because sometimes that's how people find you, is they find you after you've done the stream, and then they see it, and then they want to catch up on your next stream. But yeah, hopefully you guys all have a good night, and if you like it, if you like the stream, feel free to subscribe or put a like down, or put a dislike down. Do whatever you want to do. But yeah, I'll be back streaming again tomorrow morning. I'll probably try to get all the boring stuff out of the way in the morning. I mean, it's no matter what I do, it's going to be there's going to be some boring stuff, just because it's, I kind of have to train the fishing, cooking, and mining and rune crafting, so it's all going to be kind of boring no matter what. But I'll try to do the best I can to keep it semi-entertaining. I know I'm not the best at it, but we'll do the best we can. Anyways, we're going to call it a night, and we're going to sign off. You guys all have a good night, and we'll catch you later.